Hi everyone, and welcome back to coding this advanced drawing app. So we have many features at the moment, a bunch of different features, and the code structure is not good to say the least. So today, big part of this stream is going to be about refactoring, maybe polishing some of the existing features. And I'll be doing that after the contributions part. So since the last stream 2 days ago, Rahul contributed something on GitHub. There are 2 pull requests from him here, adding a width height constraint and a simple utility to exchange and swap colors. We'll see what these are about. I haven't looked at them yet, but probably not too much code, so I'll do that quickly. And before that, let's have a quick look at what this application is now capable of. So we can draw different things here. We can draw different paths, like this is a path. Very nice handwriting there. Actually, these are multiple paths here. We also have tools like the rectangle tool, which I could have used to make that one better. I can select something, delete something, move something up here, resize things with this gizmo or transform box that we implemented last time. There is possibility to select different color for things. So now this is purple here, and I can make different thicknesses. And what else? Everything here can be also modified from this properties panel, so the width and the height of these objects. There are fills as well. So for example, I could draw another shape like this. Let's draw an oval and change some of the properties like that. Let's say this should have also a text, and actually we have a text tool. So this text tool here, we can type something there. Maybe this is text, and we can make the line thinner like this. Maybe let's make it white and a light red for this, and let's see how it looks over here. Not that great, maybe a different color. Yeah, this is fine. So we have a text tool. We also have images, but we have to load them from somewhere, and I can export, for example, what we have done now. This. This drawing. Let's call it testing. So this image of whatever I drew here is now available on my computer. I can load it from there by just looking for it here, and I think it's actually loaded. So this image of all of these shapes is now on top of everything else here. There is copy paste, Control C, Control V. I can copy the images, I can copy the text, I can copy everything I want. Change things here. On the copies, I can also save the whole project. So the image, it's not editable anymore. So saving the project, maybe calling this testing, saves it as a JSON file. And now if I refresh the page and I lose everything, I can load it. load has two functionalities. If it detects that it's this JSON file, it's going to open the project and if it's an image file, that it just loads the image into the project. So these are main functionalities. Undo is also possible. Redo is also possible. The buttons here or shortcuts, Control C, Control V. I think that's most of the things that the application is capable of. So all of these will need to have a nicer code structure behind them. And okay, many people are coming here. Yes, hello. Thanks. A rotate feature. Yeah, rotate text editing. Sure. The text tool is hilarious now. It's nothing. It's just this box here for the text value. But and so you could change the text to something else. But it will have many things. It will have a designated tool for it with selecting different fonts and whatever. And rotation, yeah, for everything, it needs to be here, definitely. But I wasn't able to make this rotation, this gizmo, this transform box work well last time. It has some problem with if I'm doing this and the image is inverted now, if I click again on this, it goes back to normal. So there's some bug here that the image doesn't remember it's in a flipped state. And I didn't have time to implement the rotation. Rotation is more math involved, and I was tired at the end of the stream. If there is time today, then I might do that, but let's see. If not, then probably next time, which is going to be in 2 days. On Saturday, I plan to have one more session, and then I start work, so I'm going to have less streams and maybe focus more on feature-based development. So shorter streams and only one feature oriented in each stream, not many things like what we did before. So yeah, these are the functionalities that we have so far. Zoom and pan. Yeah, we did that last time. I even forgot about it. It works with the mouse wheel. Zooming works with the mouse wheel, and pressing and holding on the mouse wheel or the middle mouse button has panning, and this also works at the moment. So you can zoom in on something or zoom out to move things around. Yeah, thanks for reminding me that. Yeah, the transform, it can't do skewing. So skewing in different applications, I don't think that PowerPoint has skewing, if I remember right. But yeah, it has rotation, which we don't have. Skewing, some applications have a kind of a function for it here. I think animate, not that. It's Adobe Animate. Yeah, if you draw something here, I think that, okay, no transform box. There is a transform box here, and they have the same things rotating here doesn't have a button, but looks like anywhere around the corners you can rotate. And then this skewing is something even more complicated, I think. We'll have to see when we get to that feature. It's a good idea. So yeah, and I think now I'm going to focus mostly on functionalities in this Adobe Animate and also PowerPoint, because they do have some similar behaviors and some different behaviors that I like. Maybe Photoshop I'm not going to open so much because we haven't implemented some raster operations yet, just that loading images at the moment. So it's going to be maybe coming later to do more fancy pixel manipulation. So I'm going to keep these open just for comparison. And what I mean by some things being similar, some things being different, you saw already those the skewing, which is not here, but also if you select two things here, it has two transform boxes, two of these appearing, and they act independently on the objects, but here one of them is acting on both objects at the same time, and this control point is movable, so it's going to affect how things rotate and whatever. But here, no, actually that control point doesn't seem to even exist. Everything rotates from the middle, I think. Yeah, so differences, I consider this to be nice, but I also like the ability to edit things individually sometimes. Sometimes these keeping the same orientation for things, the same different boxes for each can be useful. Like I showed last time, loading, I think it was the tree, this one. Like if I'm going to select now different things here, I think we already have this implemented. Like now we can make a very easy a tree with more leaves there, and all of these components for the leaves just stay at their center point. If you would resize these some other way, like if I would have the shapes here somewhere like this, and I would use this toolbox, resizing these just doesn't do the same thing anymore. It moves the center of this object. It moves it away. So I would need to do this, and then I would have to select everything and move everything back up. So it's a feature that I kind of like and I got used to in PowerPoint at least. And that's why we have it here at the moment. And I think that what we will do is that when grouping something, like in PowerPoint, it's possible to group something, also in Animate, then you have a control box that I would like it to work like the one in Animate. But grouping is something that we haven't implemented yet, and it's coming later. I don't know when, but later. So at the moment, I like the behavior of this, and you can see some things some application has, some things another application has, and I consider them both useful in a sense, and I would like to preserve those kind of behaviors here. Okay, so now basically I'm going to move to see these pull requests here, what they are exactly. So width height constraint, and let's have a quick look here, see the files that are changed. So the holder div creates some input with label, checkbox to constrain the dimensions, and then in the properties panel, this change width. calculates the aspect ratio, the width divided by the height, and this fixed value divided by the aspect ratio. Okay. Fixed value, it's just something that I should explain or write a better name for this. It just means that we accept only values between 1 and infinity, apparently. Okay. And then if that checkbox is checked, then the height is going to be the new height. Okay. If not, then the height doesn't change. So this changing width also changes the height by force if the constraint dimensions is checked. So this makes sense, and similar behavior for the change height, I think so. Yeah. Okay. I think we can refactor this a little bit because I see some kind of duplicated code happening here. We can think about that, but I'm gonna accept it anyway because there's nothing really wrong with this. It's a good implementation. And this get property, yeah, it's a helper function that gives us the number of that value. It's a good idea because sometimes we just take the value and that's a string, and having something that converts it into the true type is really important. Okay, and set property. These are in MISC. So 2 files changing the properties panel, and this MISC adding some extra functions that are generally useful. Okay, that's good. So let's accept this one. So I'm going to merge here. Okay, and let's check real quick what is the second one as well, because if it's not too complicated, I'm going to merge this one too. And let's see if there are some conflicts. No conflicts. So this is exchange and swap colors. Okay, this is a new feature I haven't thought of. But I can, yeah, some applications, these buttons like swap, stroke, fill color, it's swapping these. I think it's a useful feature. This animate seems to have it. I don't think PowerPoint has it. PowerPoint also is a little bit confusing with the colors, I think, especially when it deals with the text. Like, where is the color of this object now? I think it's in somewhere. I don't think it's this. Doing this changes the value, the color of the text inside it. Let's try ungrouping this. Not design, not draw, not insert. Shape format. Okay, shape format, then there is this color here. So these don't change. We don't have a button to swap these, but we could, and it would swap this and that. So that's, I think, the functionality here. Okay, also a button for resetting colors and swap colors. Not a button, but the function. Probably a button is added somewhere, or a shortcut. Seems like key D is for resetting colors and X is for swapping colors. Okay, so no button, just a shortcut. I think buttons should be somewhere. For absolutely everything we have shortcuts for, so even undo, redo, deleting. I just didn't do it because it's so convenient that people know many of those shortcuts. But when designing the interface, maybe even today, refactoring and polishing some things, I want to add buttons for everything. Especially if you think about mobile interfaces where you don't have keyboards, then that's going to be really essential. I haven't started testing this on mobile yet, but I know that how do you do undo on a mobile? You need a button for it. Okay. In this example, the handlers are resize only from one corner, not affect the rest size. You mean in animate or? I think we have the same effect. Yeah, this getter util yeah, it assumes always it's a number type. Normally you deal with numbers for these properties, but if you think about the text, then this is text type here. We'll have to say the name is not great because if you think about get property, string is also a property or an attribute of whatever is that item. Is it a text box or something? So get number value or something might be better. But okay, reset colors. Fill is white and stroke is black. Yeah, I think that this is very much like in animate. So here you have also this fill and stroke that is being set like that. So if I'm going to draw a rectangle now, it has the black stroke and the white fill. So this reset functionality is, yeah, it's also something useful. And I'm just going to merge both of these and not worry too much about implementing it in a different way just yet, because today will be about refactoring everything. So let's do this also. Okay, similar to Photoshop. Yeah, I would guess Photoshop has the similar implementation as this animate. So yeah, I like those. And I'm going to confirm this and then take the application and test it a little bit to see if it really works as I think it works. So let me go here and these are the drawings that I created today, those testing PNG and JSON. I'm just going to discard because I don't care about saving those. And let's do a pull. And we should see now the updates in panels properties panel. So change width has also the constraint dimensions part of the code. And let's check the shortcuts, for example. Where are the shortcuts? We have here reset colors and swap colors. D and X, kind of strange. I wonder. Okay, X and D, apparently. So X seems to work. And D resets that. So if we do this and that, and now D, it just resets everything. So yeah, I think this is what we will have in our application also. Let's see. Refresh. Let's try D. Okay, it resets those. So now if I'm going to draw a rectangle, it's going to be with that default style. And X, it changes that. So I changed to select. So rectangle, this is a different kind of rectangle with white stroke and black fill. And if I press now D, it resets these, but reset doesn't also change the value of this. I think that's a little bit different behavior here. So if I now press D, it also changes the color of the selected object. Maybe this is a feature that we would like. At least I find it useful because we have it implemented here so that these colors change depending on the selection. And if this is now changing like that, I expect the selection to also be affected. So one small thing here about this implementation. Let's have a quick look. Can we do this in an easy way? Maybe this is what we want to call change fill and change stroke color. So where was this? Where were these reset colors implemented? Okay, in script. Okay. It works, and the same also when swapping the colors, I think. Okay, this is nice. So that's fine. And what was the other update? Oh yeah, this checkbox. I forgot about it. So this checkbox. Okay, if I update now this X, no, the width, it modifies the height as well, not just the width. But if I uncheck it, it only modifies the width. And if I modify the height, it modifies the width as well, or just the height. Okay, and how about, does it affect somehow this gizmo or no? So this is independent from this constraint. And I don't know if I want this. I think I want it because this is like the checkbox that was implemented now. So modifying width and height behave together or separately like this. But if they are locked and I change this, this tool is different than this tool. So I think this is fine. They are just two different ways of changing the properties of the object, and constraint from here, I think it shouldn't affect this. So that's good. I think it's fine. The implementation is okay. Okay, so done with this contributions part, and let me just mark this one as gray. and we can move on to refactoring stuff. And I don't need to add Rahul's name anywhere because he's already somewhere here. He already contributed something in the past. But thank you. Yeah, 7 hours long, and today I think I'm also coding for 7 hours. So, it's not so much about dedication here. I don't know what it is about. I think I just miss coding because the holiday was happening and I didn't do anything. And I also have time for this week because our work starts. So yeah, it's just fun to do many things and see the features appearing. But when I coded without a clear structure there, many of the features are messy and they need this big refactoring step so that we can proceed easier with new features that we are adding into the system. So one thing now I want to do is do commit, because I mentioned a while ago, somebody suggested that I do frequent commits. I think it was KGene521. So I'm doing that now. I'm adding here like so. And yeah, I also push at this stage, and I want to remind that it's possible to get the code in any of these steps. So now, for example, if you go to GitHub and check the different commits and you see the one that I did now, it's possible to look at the repository in this state exactly. And now when refactoring starts, you could try doing similar things or comparing between the different versions quite easily. I think the idea is that some people want to follow along and take the code at some specific timestamp and then do similar changes as I do in the video. So this is one way to get it. Every time I do one of these commits, you can get that version of the code that was written in the past. So for example, if I look at something very far away, like this save load features here, and we check the code here, we can see it's missing very many things, like it looks like we don't have the utils folder here, and the transform box, and shapes is here. It has path, rectangle, and shape, but shapes now has path, rectangle, shape, and text, and oval, and my image. So it's always possible to look back at the previous streams if you want to see how some specific feature has been implemented. You could take the code from one of these past versions and see the changes. But anyway, right, refactoring. So I'm worried, I'm scared. I haven't designed these kind of structures for larger projects in a long time, and I think my skills are really rusty. But what I do know is the current code is bad in many ways. Much of the badness comes from large files and some duplicated code. And also clear functionality that should be grouped somewhere, there is no, it's not happening. So if you think about, let's start with index.html. That's kind of the root place of the application. And like this toolbox, okay? There's this div, this toolbox div. It has tool selector. It also has save, load, import, export. Import, we actually removed it at some point because we made the load functionality do that as well. So let's start with this toolbox. I don't need that button anymore. Undo, redo, and then the properties holder, which for some reason is inside of this toolbox. I think that that's a different tool, a different panel, basically. So if you think about applications like PowerPoint, the tools are somewhere here at the top, and then the properties are somewhere here on the right, like size, width, height, and whatever. And same in pretty much all the applications. Now, if you think about adding more buttons and more things and everything inside of this HTML, that's going to be something horrible, because think about it. Look how many there are in a real application. Like you have file here, insert, draw, design, transitions. Do we want everything here to be all of these things, to these menus, these stuff like that? Do we want everything to be in this HTML file? It would be really messy. So I think what we should do is call these panels, implement here a toolbox for a tool panel. Let's keep this panel word. So I'm going to implement here a tool panel, and that's going to be something like this. And the properties panel, properties holder, I think this is just fine. Also, one thing that I want to fix here is that if I'm going to click to draw a path here, this works just fine. But if I do it here, it doesn't, because this transparent box is blocking it. If you think about that from the usability perspective, it's horrible, because there's nothing suggesting that I can't draw here. So it's bad. Even something simple like a background, some background there, it's an indicator that I'm not going to be drawing in that space. So yeah, designing this. And one more thing, if you think about redesigning it, making the code better, exporting the functionality, making a tool box, tool panel, we can also improve it a little bit. So now the tools are inside of this drop down, and somebody made the shortcut system so that I can create, I can select different tools here. So if I press R, S, O, it changes the tool automatically. That's nice, but it limits me to the keyboard. And if you think about using a mouse or the touch, this needs 2 clicks for selecting something. And if you change tools very often, this can be very annoying. And that's why typically applications like this listed the tools in some way, like this, so that you have 1 click to select the item. Actually, 2 clicks here apparently, but I think that if this, if I would scale this PowerPoint to be bigger, or no, in the home. Okay, in the home, but also scaling it to be bigger, these shapes become clickable one by one here. So it expands because there is enough space to add them when your window is larger. So this is something maybe too clever for me. But you can definitely see that these tools are 1 click per selecting them, and applications typically allow grouping these similar tools into one button here if needed to select a different kind of related tool. I'm not going to worry about that, but I do want to change this implementation from 2 clicks into 1 click because we do have the space. We have a lot of vertical space here. If we think about this narrow toolbox shape here, like that, it can really be on the side of the application of the page like this, and it won't take any useful real estate. And the properties panel will think about that. So yeah, these are kind of the thoughts I have in mind now. When refactoring, I also want to redesign a little bit so that I don't just stay still with this improvement, because if you think about what refactoring typically means, it means keeping the application as is, but making the code better. And one thing that I find it's very common is that bosses don't like that. Like if you work in a company and you just say, in a month, I'm just going to be refactoring stuff, so next month there is no improvement for the end user, it's not a good thing. So if you can combine refactoring something with some visual change or actual improvement to the application, a new feature, way of behavior, that's something that your boss might be likely to accept. It's sometimes possible that whoever is managing doesn't understand that code that works and code that is easy to read and easy to expand and doesn't have many bugs or doesn't let room for bugs is very important for the project to develop. And yeah, okay. I hope this is clear. Now let's check the chat real quick, and after I see these questions, I move on to really refactor this toolbox. So lerp function in self-driving car, it's a linear interpolation. I think I have a video on that. You can find this video on my channel, and it can explain that. So probably it's used in many different places in the self-driving car series. Separate data from views. Yeah, I'm a little unsure how to do that the best possible way when working with these core technologies and not using some frameworks. Any suggestions are really welcome. Video as interesting as the car series. I don't know. I don't plan to do very big courses anytime soon, but I have several in mind, and they will come eventually, but maybe not this year. About interesting, this really depends on the person, because I think some things are really interesting, like the video I posted last week about this impossible triangle. I was looking at that triangle for a very long time, and I was thinking, how is this drawn, and what makes it impossible, and how could I draw it? And I found that really interesting. But then the project, of course, is not very big or involved, and you don't have maybe so many things to learn about that, but you have some other things to learn about. And yeah, interestingness is I think very different from project complexity or yeah. Yeah, okay, properties panel and object on screen. I think you mean okay, I think you mean, oops, not that. You mean whatever is here and whatever this transform tool says are two views of the same data, and the data that you mean is probably these properties, this width and height. So update data in one place. I mean, it's happening. This changes the properties of the shape. The properties of that shape are the one place, but they are changed by this visual tool, and also by this not so visual tool where you can essentially type in something. So yeah. Okay, Spacing Astro, thanks for donating something. WebAssembly and not JS. Yeah, I mean, why I want to keep these core technologies, it's hard. So WebAssembly, if I know right, it's this, it compiles to assembly or something like that, and you can use different programming languages to write it or something. I like to keep these core technologies mostly because of the direct connection. Like, they were made for the web development and they don't compile to anything, and you can interpret the code directly, so you can debug it line by line as it's being executed. Also, because I don't want to I mean, okay. I really don't know what to say about that. But these kind of applications are implemented in very many different ways, not necessarily WebAssembly or the raw core technologies. Very often frameworks come into play, and it really depends. Like, if you go to some company and start working on some existing project like Figma or whatever, you have to see what they are using and continue using what they are using. So I think what I can say about that is, don't try restarting a project in a different language if it's already there. Maybe not a very great advice, but yeah. Radio button selection. Yeah, okay. Let's see. There is a lot. I mean, I just want to refactor here, and changing to radio buttons is doable, I think. But it also, I think, will affect many other things. Like here, when we select the tool, we change it to oval or to text. Now I'm changing it from the keyboard. This code that changes it from the keyboard also has to change it to a different radio button. So yeah, okay, we can do that. Radio buttons, and then eventually we can style them to look nicer. I think by radio buttons, you probably just mean something mutually exclusive. So no two of these tools can be selected at the same time. And that's what radio buttons are for. So I think using them is a good idea. Oh, okay, some bugs with the path. Let's see if we write some code that relates to that and fix it. So I made a note of it there. Yeah, thanks. Observer pattern. Okay. So observer pattern would be something like when this tool changes something, it would maybe dispatch an event. And then when this other tool would change something, it would dispatch an event, and then maybe the shape itself listens for these events being dispatched. Yeah, that might be something nice, especially if we have because we listen for the events to be dispatched in just one place. I don't know if JavaScript has any other mechanism for implementing this observer than this event handling, and I haven't used it in a while. But is this what you mean, maybe? Mm. Yeah, okay. Anyway, back to this toolbox. So I continue now with the coding, and then I check the chat maybe in half an hour or so, and I have a look from time to time if something important comes, but now I focus on this coding part. So, okay. I want this to go away from here to keep the HTML file clean, and I want to implement this tool. Let's keep the panel word, because what is it? I called it toolbox before, but it's really the tools panel, like especially if I'm opening it here in Animate, it looks exactly the same as the properties panel. Like it's something that in this case it can float even, or it can snap to something, but yeah, they are just panels. So inside of these panels, I'm also going to create a new file, tools panel, maybe. And let's create this file. Okay, and how did this properties panel work? So the properties panel, it had a constructor, and it was generated in some given div. So I'm going to consider this similar structure here. Let's say that the div where we generate this toolbox is going to be div id tools holder. And this is going to be, this is going to be where the tools are going to belong. I still keep this one for testing until eventually we can say, let's remove all of this code, and what we will have is the tools folder and the properties folder and the canvas, which are really the only three things you see here. So from the top of the HTML code, it becomes clear what it will contain, and if you want details to what is inside the tools, you have to look inside of the tools panel, basically. Now, the main code for this is inside of this script.js, which I just realized it's a bad name. I mean, all of them are scripts, all of them are JavaScript files. And if we want to indicate that this is like the root or the main, typically we need to do something like that. Call it in a clear way. So I'm also renaming this at the same time. And let's see in main.js now where we create this properties panel. So I here, and tools panel, new tools panel, tools folder. So this code seems to be fine. And now code like changing the tool, select oval tool, whatever, all of these will eventually go inside of this tools panel. And they will go away from here, simplifying this main.js. That is kind of the idea. Like at the moment, main.js is really big. It's, well, 300 lines. And it's one way to make this main less confusing, because now it's doing so many things here. It's defining so many things. It also cleans up that part. So implementing this tools panel is going to help clean up index.html and main.js, two different things at the same time. Yeah, okay. So let's go and see how this would work. How was this? So class tools panel. Holder div. Let's keep the code similar because it makes, if you always use the same kind of variable names, it makes everything clear. Like if I'm working now on properties panel and I see this structure, I do something and I move to work on the tools panel. If I know that the thing is named in the same way, I immediately know what it is about. So I don't need to figure out what would holder be here if holder div was used there. It's a small thing, but sometimes it can play a big role if the naming of these variables is not consistent. So it speeds up development in general, and it's not something you need to do. I mean, your code will work no matter how you call this, but if the name is something that is consistent, it's going to be more easy for you to change from one part of the application to another. Okay, so let's see, what is this? Okay, this was using these different input types. And let's try to do a similar kind of code. Let's move here, setting the attribute, setting the text for now. Let's just mimic that and see if we change any of this. And then appending child, here I see that it's appending checkbox for the change fill. So this was the checkbox for if we want to have a fill or not, or we don't want to have a fill. And I'm just going to copy this because I think radio buttons is something relatively similar. So let's have a radio button for the path tool. And let's see if this code works, because this create DOM element is something I didn't implement. And I don't remember anymore how it works. I did check it when I accepted the update, but code that I don't write, I don't remember it as good as the code that I write. It's just a normal thing. And also code that I wrote a year ago, I forgot about it already. So yeah, let's not worry about these at the moment. And just see if it does anything. So now there is something here. I'm missing a thing there. And refresh. Is somewhere. It's just down somewhere. Let's have a quick look at the CSS for this toolbox. Okay, it has some some things there. Let's give let's work now, at least for now, to this. Okay, it overlaps that one now. I'm just going to move it to the right so that I can see both of them. So previous tools are here, new tools are going to be here, and I just add some vertical things so it doesn't interact with those. So we will change these styles at some point. But now I just want this path to... Okay. So how was this constraint added? Because I want something like this. I want the tool, the radio button to have a name called path in this case. Now it just has this title path appearing there. That doesn't help me very much. So okay, it was using something called create input with label. Let's see if this is general enough. So I don't know if this is a general enough function to support radio. Okay. Something like that, but okay. And how about doing multiple? So we have radio for rectangle, oval. Okay, something like this. Now, they should be grouped to be part of the same set somehow. I don't remember exactly how to do that. I think that I want to check how is this create input with label implemented first. Okay, so label and then this input is there, and then attributes. Okay. 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 So maybe this name should be the same for everything. So maybe something like that. Let's see if this groups them into one collection, and then if it does this mutually exclusive. Yeah, okay, so this code was really good. I think it was written by, I think it was Pesterenan's update. So it expands here all the different attributes, and I think that this is really nice. Because I can specify any attributes I want here, like if I would like them to be grouped so that I have multiple of these groups, I could now have path and rect be like this, mutually exclusive, but then oval, text, and select are mutually exclusive. So the code is quite general and lets me group them under a specific name. And tools is a bad name here. So these are really shape tools. So let's do that, shape tools, because there are more things in that toolbox, not just this. There is also, well, I don't know, save, load, export, undo, redo, and these shape tools are just one thing at the top. So maybe shape tools here. And now, is there some separation? This, how this, how are these lines drawn? Where are they? HR. Ah, they are here. Okay. Yeah, so I think I just do this. And then for these buttons, yeah, okay, so now it makes me this kind of division thing here. And there is one of these things here also. So you can see in this, in animate, it divides something, because these tools here are like our shape tools. This is for selection. These are mutually exclusive throughout, really, everywhere. Like you can't have two of these selected, but they are still divided by something, grouping them into things. This has to do with different selection ways, this with drawing different different shapes. And I think this is also with shapes. Not sure why this is here and not here. Text is different. Yeah, I don't want to overthink this. But anyway, I feel like I want to separate these from what's next. And save, load, export, these are typically hidden up here, and everyone just uses shortcuts, I think. So maybe I add them actually before these shape tools, and I will use buttons for that, because those are not things that are mutually, they don't need to be mutually exclusive here. They are just buttons like what we had previously. So in the properties section, we don't have any button, but this create DOM element is also something that I think we can use now in here. Okay, different types, inner text, attributes is the second one. And it loops through them, so similar as this spreading here. Okay, Um, I think this inner text is something. Do we need this section here? Like the title of this. It might be clear that they are the shape tools. But also, maybe I want to use this same thing, so okay. Uh, okay, so this is just another way of defining this and not adding to the HTML directly, but creating a new. It's actually like a header, like a header there for now. So let me remove this code, and this is now those shape tools. And above that, I want to have something for the document tools, like save, load, export. I would call these things related to the document or the file that we are working with. So let's do that. And so now we have the save button there. And we take from here this dividing part, and I'm going to duplicate this with load. And export is also what we had there. Okay, and maybe one under the other. So and we might actually be able to do. Let's just leave it like this for now. But I want to also style this today if there is time. Create some styles for it, or maybe, yeah, at the end after doing more of the heavy code changes. Right. So these are now the document tools there separated, and these are the shape tools. Okay. Undo and redo, again, two different buttons. I think these also relate to the document, but actually to the editing that we are doing. So typically they are, I think, inside of edit. Yeah. And this is also part of editing. We are editing shapes. So maybe we put them below the document part. And now this code here is becoming very long, and clearly many things are coming. We can also divide this thing here. So when we construct this, we can say create add document tools, maybe something like this. And we just move this one like so. So from the main constructor here, we have add document tools and then add shape tools. We just move these ones here and separate a little bit. So code still works in the same way. It's just easier to read what is inside of this tools panel. So we get the div and then add the document tools. Might be nice to pass here this holder div. I'm not sure if we need the tools to know this as an attribute, but we can think about that later. I think that once the tools are populated, they will stay populated, so it might not need this. So I'm thinking like that. And now this parameter here, it means we can replace everywhere. Like so. And these parameters here are going like that. Okay, I'm just thinking this because maybe we have some container at some point added here, and then maybe we want to add some tools inside that, and then maybe more, or I don't know. I'm overthinking this. Maybe I'm just thinking about these things. I don't want to add them today, but the idea of adding something more complicated to some tool there might mean that we would like to add those to something else than the main holder div there. So that's why I want to pass this here. It's a small thing, but yeah. Okay, so two different things added, and I was saying that I want to add also the editing. So I know that what I want to do here is edit tools. And they are very similar to the document tools, but they are with edit and undo btn, redo btn. Okay, so now we have this tool part here, and save, load, export is here, undo, redo is there. I think that's everything from this top part. But of course, these don't work at the moment. So nothing here works at the moment. This path should also be checked, I think, by default. And I think that the path checking the first one, maybe like that. Okay, so now the first one is selected, and now it's really the same thing as there. Okay. Yeah. So now getting everything here to work as before, it's the challenge. So moving the functionality related to the shapes. Save, load, export. I think this might be the easiest thing to do. So let's see how that one is done. Save just calls save. Okay. Load and do export. I think it was because the word export was reserved for the working with modules, I think. So where are these functions implemented? I think they are in main. Save, load image. Okay, it's used here in the load depending on JSON or PNG. Do import. I think this is not used anymore. So I can remove it. And do export. So these are the three things that are now here. So this is the tools panel and document tools. So maybe here this is doing adding all these features to static methods here apparently. We could do that for consistency here, but I don't think this is the best idea because so let's just try it at first. It's basically giving on-click event handlers here, but it's doing it by something like this. I don't think there is an on-click attributes. Let's see if this works. So the panel itself doesn't, maybe it shouldn't contain the functions. The panel, let's just keep them here for now for consistency, but think about where should these actual functions go. So I'm gonna put here tools panel save. Maybe it could be the document tools, some class that has those functions, because the panel itself, it can grow very large, like this properties panel is growing now from that. And it's not the panel doing the saving, it's the tool. So it just doesn't make very much sense for it to be in this way. But now for consistency, let's try to move it there. And I'm going to take from here, save, load, and load image and do export. So I removed them from main, and this dropped down to 250 lines. And here, these are now static, 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 and this load image, it's used here, but now it has to be like so. And this save should work, I hope. Let's test it. So refresh and let's draw something. And if I press save, yeah, it asks me for whatever. And now if I refresh, loading gives me error from here because I removed those functions that these tools were pointing to, and load here doesn't work yet. So let me do that here. Like so. So load, and now it works. It was document or drawing, maybe. I don't remember what it was. Yeah, okay. So we got that to work. Save and load and export. Do export. Right. Okay. So a little bit better. Because the main doesn't have those anymore. But now undo, redo logic also can be very complicated. So I really think these functions can go to some tools. So let's make a new folder here called, not in utils, but next to this, in the root, tools. And something like that. So this relate to the document. That means I take them away from here because this is going to grow very horribly here. So yeah. Now, typically, making classes like this with static methods, I don't know how recommended it is really, but because we don't have more tools than these, like we don't have several instances of the save function, it's just one. You either have this or you have maybe singletons, or you maybe just have one object defined with these methods. But because we don't necessarily need to create, I mean, we never need to create multiple save functions or load or whatever, these, I think they're just fine to be accessed like that. So from the class directly without instantiating anything. I'm not sure. Yeah, if you have some comment on this, that would be very helpful. I'm gonna check the chat in a second. Just let's do these same things for the edit tools and shape tools. So yeah, so edit tools. Okay, JS is missing. So the edit tools, I just take from here, redo and undo. And yeah. Okay, so so these work. Now these are broken here because they are supposed to not be important anymore. And is there more logic related to undo, redo here? Update history is also something that relates to this history. So maybe these edit tools could be better called history tools. And let's go to tools panel and now like so. So with these changes, I think it still works. No, I broke it. Not defined. Do I include it? Did I change the name of the class? No. Okay. Yeah. And there were other methods there also that should go here. So this is related, at least. And there are some stacks here. Redo stack. History, yeah, okay. So more logic somewhere. Draw stage. These are tools. Redo stack and history. Okay. So these, I think I just make them here. But the problem is everywhere I have redo stack and history, they need to be fixed. And oh, is it just here now in this file? Okay, so that and history. Yeah, okay. Maybe these work. No. Uh-huh. Update history, this call. Oh, yeah. Funny. So history tools has this update history. I think history tools somehow has the word history in it, and update history, maybe we could just say record. So to me, this is fine. It records the current state. So every time we have update history like this, I don't know if I can do this, but yeah. Okay, how about how could I rename all of these? So replace in files. What? Ah, okay. Update history, replace with history tools, record. Well, it didn't change. Okay, maybe it changed. Oh, big errors. Oh no. Okay. Shape.js, something horrible happened. I should have looked at them more carefully. Uh, okay. It was that. And maybe now should record history. It's maybe a little bit better name. Okay. Still some problems. Undo is not defined in shortcuts. Okay, but so that, okay, undo works, redo works. And the one thing about the history is, so I don't like this name. Redo stack, it's clear. Undo stack, this is what I would call this one. So I think this is more clear naming here. Yeah, and this that we are calling something from the properties panel, this might be something linked to this observer pattern, something that we could implement in some better way. I'm not exactly sure. I'll check the chat if it's some updates are coming, but let's try again now with the name change. Okay, and undo, redo, and save and load. Okay, interesting. Save still works for some reason. It's saving the whole document. Okay, yeah. So the shortcuts system, I think they are, where are the shortcuts now? Utils, shortcuts. Undo should now be history tools undo and history tools redo. And save and load, we actually don't have them. So I don't know why. At least save I want to add. Load, I don't know. Is there a shortcut? Control O for open. Okay. Uh, I like load more. Guess Control L. Let's try with that for now. I like load more because now our load is also loading an image. So opening an image would mean, in my opinion, replacing the whole document with that image. But now it just adds an image to the screen, to the stage. So yeah, let's see. The shape tools will be probably the most difficult, let's see, to implement. But now with the shortcuts fixed also. Okay. Undo works. Oh, well. Redo, undo, redo. So these work. I have to see what this issue is. How about saving? So seems to work. And it doesn't save the document like before. So the shortcut system overwrites Control S from the web page. And Control L, let's try refreshing, Control L, and now loading this drawing one. Okay, so good. And let's try export also. Let's add also a shortcut for that. E maybe. Oh, wait, I'm doing something stupid. So Control L, loading this, and Control E doesn't work. Control E does something here to Google. Okay. What about Control X? Ah, it was do export. Okay. And now if I load this as an image, Control L, it breaks. Load image is not a function. I think this is okay. Document tools. Load image. Okay, document tools. Load image. I forgot that change. This one. So load Control L. I did something. Control L. Okay, and it opens this as an image, and no, wait. Control L, I loaded the JSON, but I wanted to load the image. Okay. This is the image now, so it's not the document, it's the screenshot of the document. Okay, I look at this error also, and then I check the chat, and then we move on to the shape tools. If this is not good, then now it's, if this implementation is not good, then comment about it. So where are these problems coming? Incorrect use of for. Okay. So tools holder. Label for path tool. I think. Oh, not there. Okay. Let's see if this removes one of the 5. Okay. So it's actually looking for the ID there. So this is name of the label and then the ID. So maybe this is not good. It should be I mean the text of the label and the ID of the item should be different things. And here the ID is becoming path tool. But I think the reason for that is because oh, wait. The ID is becoming path tool, so not just path, because of this spreading here, and it overwrites the value from here. So maybe this. Label for path tool. Okay. And label for rect tool. This seems to be okay, but now where are all these problems coming? Oh, here, the new ones. This XY width constraint height. Yeah, let's check here. So XY width and height. Okay, and this constraint, I'm gonna move it after the width and height, I think. I don't know why it was in the middle there. Okay, no more errors there. And I think that this removed fairly okay. There are clear improvements. I don't know if it's the best way, but basically the only thing to worry about here now are the tools. These work, these don't. So we have everything else working from here. Error. Oh no. Hmm. Yeah, this is gonna be fun. Why am I changing the new properties X input? No, this shouldn't be. These are important when setting the value. Or the placeholder. Yeah. It doesn't put the values here. It says for some reason multiple values when I select something there. So it puts something there, but so the new properties. Oh, yeah. Okay. I think that now the bugs are done. Hopefully. Okay, so clear improvement with separating some code into these tools panel and the tools, the different tools, document history and shape. The stacks have been also moved here, so that actually removed the need for these things. They are not there anymore. Less global variables is a good thing. And yeah, save, load, export. So the only remaining thing are these. And now I have a look at the chat and see if you're laughing at this structure. So how is it going? Where was I? Series on WebAssembly. I don't know it. I've never done it. And I also want to keep the channel focused on just these technologies because I'm not so much interested in teaching different technologies. I just want to teach how things work in general, and I want to keep the language fixed. So I like JavaScript because it's so easy to just write and then share with others, and you don't need to install anything for running it. You already have a browser since you're watching this, and code editing. I like to keep it simple, so it's just text and no. Um, I mean, you can use any text editor you want. Layer and send objects back to front. Yeah, we do have that in the to-do list. So layers are here and back to front is not here, but it will come. So even, yeah, I'm going to add your name to the back to front. So we've been talking about it, but nobody really suggested it as a feature. I think we just thought that maybe it could be implemented, or we just stick to layers. But it helps to also move back and front within a layer, so definitely useful. And proportional resizing, this actually can go away from here. We have it. Somehow it's already there. Okay. Right. No, I'm not gonna build this fully in one video. So I will do a video from time to time where I review what the code is doing. I think that will help if people want to jump in from a later stage. But coding all of this in at once, it's horrible, because if you have a good structure of the application, you write code. I mean, if I would copy the existing code from somewhere, like after we get it into a good shape, and then I just start typing it, I don't have reasons for doing the things in that specific way, because some of those reasons came from prototyping and testing during this kind of live development. So teaching it like that, it's basically the same as teaching a typical tutorial where you have a script ready and it's like a recipe for building it, but you don't get the reasons for building it in that specific way, if that makes sense. And also, if I were to make the video like a story where we do the changes quickly because we know what we are doing, so we can definitely speed up these many hours, that would take horribly much work to plan. Like when I make typical tutorials that just go step by step and they go like a story, so it doesn't. It sometimes goes back and forth, but explaining some of the reasons why it goes in a certain direction, that takes very much effort to plan. So usually when I make videos, tutorials that are scripted, I make the code, and then that's like 10% of the work. And the rest go in how do I write the code in the tutorial so that it makes sense building it in a certain way. That takes very much work. And then this remaining 90% is that plus the editing afterwards. So I have to think about the editing also during the preparing the lesson plan phase. So really that takes a very much work, converting the code that I have at the moment, or after a week when it's hopefully more clean, converting that into a tutorial that would be maybe a few hours long. That would take me a very long time. If we did now the coding in about, I don't know, 20 hours, 30 hours, multiply that by 9. And that's how many hours I would have to think about this, how to make it into a typical tutorial. That's usually the formula I have. So it's horrible. I would have to spend a lot of time building that, and I don't know how useful it is. So for some applications, it's worth it, but for something like this, I really want to show all the back and forth and this prototyping few features, and if we like them, we keep them. If we don't like them, maybe we scratch them or we make them differently. And then when we have something that we like, restructuring the code so that it's nicer. Because at the moment, many things are quite spaghetti, and some clever ideas like this observer thing that I'm trying to think about now will make it easier to expand in the future and easier for bugs to appear in the future. Okay. Yeah, it's becoming very, very much. You would have to watch all the streams, but that's not the point here. The point here will not be to watch all the streams and somehow learn how this application works. The point of these streams is like to see the thought process in doing this thing. And if you're interested in some specific feature and how it came to be, I try to name the streams with some hints about what features are there, and also the commits happening in Git. Those also have somewhat intuitive names of what is happening in that specific code update. So basically, you don't need to watch the whole thing. You can focus on the features that you're interested in the end. And the only thing that I want to teach here is the thought process. Like, how would you build the feature? How would you build it in the quickest possible way, like kind of quick and dirty way? And then if you like it, if it's something that you think it's worth having there in that specific way, eventually it's going to need to be refactored in a way that makes it easy to read and follow. So it's a different thing that I'm teaching. It's something that you end up having in the real world, because very often what you want on paper, the application to have in the end, it's not what it will have. It's almost never, not even close, because when you have some ideas on paper and then you put them into practice, you see that those features just don't work that specific way. And when I was coding in these streams, you see that I'm sometimes checking, investigating these other apps and trying to figure out how they work, or how one app does one thing and the other. And I can't say for sure, because those I've been looking at the moment are closed source. So I don't know how they work. I just can see the behavior and I can try to mimic some of it that I like. So, and if I won't like at all something, I will also try to invent some way of doing something. But we didn't really do much of that, not yet. So, yeah, I would be surprised if somebody watches the whole thing, but checking it from time to time, seeing if some feature is interesting to them, and finding where in the stream that happens, that's something that I think would be doable. And throughout the stream, it's all about explaining this thought process. And I think this is something that is useful, and I haven't seen much content like this online. It's different. So I will include summaries from time to time and maybe describing the code in some key parts, but re-implementing this, I won't do it as a separate tutorial series. It's very much work for me, at least. I don't know how others do it, but yeah, making those polished scripted tutorials where things are always to the point, where mistakes don't happen and whatever, they take very much effort. Really, just take the part of coding the application, then multiply it by 9, and that would be the planning that tutorial and then filming it, executing it, and then editing it, and so on. It's I'm I'm much faster at coding something, and now coding this live, it's much slower than what I would code without streaming, because I don't how to say um when I code by myself, I don't have to explain everything that I do, or at least I try to explain everything that I do. Okay. Yeah. So sorry to disappoint, but I won't make one video where I code it from scratch. I will add some explanations though. Okay. Mhm. Battery on my phone is running out, so I have to do something about it. Okay. Image icons instead of image icons instead of radio buttons. Yeah, sure. Actually, in the later stages, I want to create the icons for those buttons using this tool. So that's going to be a fun one. But using something already now, like some existing icons, it's also possible. If somebody wants to refactor that, I think I'm going to leave the styling of these as an exercise. If somebody wants to do it in the way that they want, try it out and make a pull request, and I might accept it in a future video, or take parts of it and like I will discuss it. And yeah, maybe styling is something I'm not so good at, and it's something so separate that it could be developed by someone else if interested. Okay. Oh, okay. Uh, check the delete shapes function. I think it might be. Where is it? Oh, thanks. Yeah, okay, thanks. That was a potential hard to fix problem. Thanks a lot. Observer backed in via proxy. I don't know what that means. Yeah, I do plan to keep it like that. So let's see. Maybe I will read this. I haven't used them before. Maybe I'll read this at some point. Or if somebody wants to refactor using them, try. I'm curious. I don't know how they work. So yeah, a very good suggestion. I can see how it might help. Okay, more ideas about this shape data, shape view, shape properties. Okay. Data, view, and properties. Mm-hmm. Okay, I have to read this many times. So shape data, shape view, and shape properties set via getters and setters when values can choose to call update view. Mm-hmm. Okay, so when changing the shape information, that calls update view. So everything inside of the shape, so the shape itself, when changed, it wouldn't, we wouldn't change the properties directly, but we would have getters or setters. And then each getter and setter at the end calls update view. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. I might have to think about this a little more because I don't know if I can do this without it, like just trying it as on the fly now. So I might do it on Saturday. Let's see. If I run out of other things to structure today, I will think about this because it sounds good. It sounds like something that can be very helpful because of the like separating the view from the logic. I know how to do it in several different ways. I just don't know what is the best way to do it. And I have a feeling like, and now I also noticed about these proxy objects. I don't know if they are useful. Somebody has mentioned something else. What were they called? Um, was there somebody here or no? Signals. Somebody mentioned something called signals. I've never used them. So I'm really a little bit worried about doing this part in a certain way and then missing something. So I just leave it for the end today and maybe this becomes a little bit more clear how to do it then. But I feel like this saves a lot of issues and I mean, this helps with a lot of issues and also might make that gizmo, that transform box better and the code for that clearer as well. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, let's see. So In some places I got rid of switch statements, but I don't know if everywhere. I mean, yeah. I also need to add your name here. I think that I'm not doing yet any of the things, but there are so many ideas here that, or I'm doing some of the things. But I have to put here also like icons for buttons. Shape load. Did we have here some load, or did we have, oh. It's still there, but I remember the idea. I remember the idea. It was the thing with the having some object where these are the keys, and I just use it with that key instead of the switch statement. I think this is what you suggested in the past. Okay. Yeah, but yeah. Let's have a quick look at this shape load. So like the rectangle, it was loading here. Would it overwrite if these stay as static methods? I could have the load. I don't think it would overwrite if they are static methods. No, because shape load is still going to be something. But if we would have here a load function for each of these, a load method. Something like that. And then the shape has also a load method that is so shape and rectangle, and let's put also for oval maybe. So then the load shapes. This is a problem because it's one of these things that if I leave it in this way and I add a new shape somewhere, I need to remember if I add a new shape type, I need to remember to go back to this function and then make this function support that as well. And it's just copy pasting something there. So if this would be in a way that but it still doesn't help me now. Okay, I think about it. I undo these things. I think your suggestion from last time to have the shape types somewhere and a reference to the classes or something, it's okay. Yeah. Yeah, I'll think about that. I don't know exactly how to do it. So let's continue now the main thing I was working on. So moving this tool to this part here. And after that, we can maybe move on to the shapes. I just wanted to see quickly if that would solve the problem, but it wasn't enough because here I was thinking, could I just say shape load something? But it would need to have a switch case in the shape load, or this shape data somehow. I understood the idea of having it as a instance method because then it would jump there, but we don't have the object yet, so for loading it, it doesn't work. The idea from earlier works, the one with keeping these as listed somewhere and then using their key to point to the object, then to the class, then that would work. So we'll do that. But now I want to finish this, not jumping to something more demanding there. Okay, so shapes and drawing them. Yeah. We created this shape tools here, and it's empty at the moment, but it's going to be something like history tools and document tools. So a class. And in it, okay, things like change tool, this is probably going to go there. Shape tools. I think also, let's see if shapes and current shape goes there. It might make sense. Change tool is something that is now passed, I think, to this one. Okay. Could we do this here? So if I press rect, it's gonna draw a rectangle. Maybe we start with that. So inside of this, this. Does this work? Nope. Oh, okay. Um, how do I get the value of that? I guess I can just reuse this value. Maybe I can write like this. Oh, oops. Okay. Yeah, there was some uppercase, lowercase change, and I'm actually taking advantage for that because because I want to test if the previous breaks with this new one. So let's see. Okay, so this is fine. But now if I press R, select tool, and then the tool is a rectangle there. Okay. So with the lowercase. So something is happening with this select tool here. And I don't like these things here. I think that they should be constants somewhere. But this is the one thing where this also breaks now. So O, T, R, P, and S. And now this works, but it doesn't show here. So select tool, this functionality, it takes the tool selector, which is this, and it puts the value that. But the tool selector was working with lowercase values there, so it doesn't match anymore with the uppercase. And that's why this broke entirely. So somehow I wanted to remember how it works, and by changing those values, it helped identify the problems there. So select tool should work differently now. It should work with where were we here? Select tool should work with the checked, with this one. So path tool, rect tool, over tool, text tool, select tool. And putting the value to checked. So let's see what happens if we do that here, like rect tool checked. It moves it like so. Hmm. Let's define something here. And maybe consider all the things at once somehow. Including also removing that, what's it called? That switch there. Let's rename them. Let's give the convention, let's keep a convention here for the tools. Like if we have these undo btn, this will be path radio, rect radio, oval radio. And radio and select radio. This is fine, I think. So this is gonna be the ID. Like so. And going back to the shape tools, maybe there, radio ID. I don't know. Okay, let's just go with it and see what happens. So oval, text, select, and that's it. So this would be the tools. Okay. And now if I want the shape tools to do that select tool, so let's put it there somewhere. And let's have it a static method. And I want to select the tool. So the ID of the element would be shape tools of, and now tools of tool. We might rename this to something else. But basically, I want to get the radio button somehow, and I guess that is going to work, or it needs something. Let's see. Okay, so now select tool is something else. It's doing shape tools, select tool, tool, and nothing else. So the rest of the code here will not execute. And if I do now, okay, these tools need to exist before, after the shapes are defined. So okay, and shape tools somewhere, no. Shape tools JS. Ah, wait. Select tools is this weird thing. Yeah, this will go there also. Okay. Quite big refactoring will happen there. And why is it complaining? Oh. Oh, it doesn't exist. A rectangle path, my image, oval and text. So I think this is just my problem that I relied on this. Autocomplete. So path, rect, oval, text. Okay, select labeled there, but okay. So this roots back to a bigger issue. We have these event listeners added to the shapes, but not to the tools. We would actually need these to be, yeah. Wow. Very many things will change here. So the event listeners don't make sense for the shapes themselves, but they make sense for the tool for creating that shape. And I think that we need those to be here. And because select doesn't have a shape, it's just a tool for doing stuff. Like rect tool is a tool for creating rectangles. The select tool is a tool for selecting stuff. But now all of this code is being added to the shapes, and it should be added to the tools, and the tools don't exist. So I think that's what we need to do. So inside of these tools, something like this. The oval tool, path tool, text tool, select tool. At least for now. And these will need to be created like so. And they are now here. And I think that now if I open the rect shape, for example, it has this. So this now goes away to the rect tool. Okay. And the same thing would go for everything. So let's take them one by one. In the shapes, we have oval. And this we might write without static class because we could use inheritance. Let's see. But this refactoring here of the tools and the shapes, this is going to take a while. So yeah, but I want it to be good. So let's try to do something, clean up something, and then, okay, so this pointer down listener is longer. It's a little bit different. Let's see. Let's see what we can do. And okay. So this one and oval path, rect shape. This is the general one. Text, the text tool. This was also different, I think. Okay, and it goes here. Like so. And the big change will be here, the select tool. So select tool, if I go back to main here, this add pointer down listener down callback for select. This is somewhere. I think it's in select tools. Down callback for select. So this horrible thing. I remove it from here. So breaking a lot of stuff. And we go inside of the shape tools of the select tool and copy here. And let's name it in this same way now. Okay. Let's also remember what it was called before. So this might help when we have to change the code so that it still works properly. Select tool. So let's make sure that we remember the name for this because it's going to appear in different places like here and let's fix it now actually. So I'm going to look for this one and select tools. Select tool. And these are all with tool now, so. And here as well. And this one. At least these are the places. Okay. So now, going back to the thing that we were supposed to implement, this shape tools here. This is select. And select radio, text, oval, path, rectangle. Okay. Does that my image shape have also... No, it doesn't have listeners. I don't remember why, but it apparently doesn't. Yeah, it was because we have the load button for it. Okay. Okay. So now this one is like that, and we can select different tools from the given... Okay, so we get element by ID, this one, and then we take this radio button ID. And then that becomes checked. So this is one thing. But now I probably broke things, or I am extremely lucky, which I'm not. So refreshing. Select is not defined. Yeah, because these shape tools are now rect tool. We are not using this yet. We are just using this part. But okay. Nothing works. What? Okay, very suspiciously lucky. Wait. Yeah, this only works if I select it, apparently. But I think it worked like that before as well. So oval, rectangle, and then path works. Okay, it doesn't work in the beginning because there is a line of code here that still adds the listeners from path, which doesn't give an error. Oh, path tool. Okay, so now how does this work? I'm shocked. uh, I'm really shocked that this works. Okay. Yeah, everything seems to work. I will test more thoroughly at some point when we get rid of this. Let's get rid of it now, and also so now this just becomes properties holder. So the properties panel. I'm just going to put it beneath. And now we have tools holder and properties holder, and I'm going to rename this to tools holder, and properties holder goes on the right. So now we have this, and this is the typical structure that these kind of applications seem to have, like properties somewhere, tools somewhere opposite or different. And paths, rectangles, ovals, if we select something and change the color, these seem to work. Yeah. Thickness. Errors here. Width is not defined. Yeah. This is why it's really important to test a lot. Because if something like this would appear as an error, next time, like if I would end today's stream without testing enough and fixing the issues from today, I might not remember anything about these things. And it will be much more difficult to fix the problems in that case. Okay. Mhm. Number is not needed anymore here because we already have a conversion to number there. So really what we want to do here is either fixed value or new height. Let's rename new height to height with constraint height. Is this a good word or am I? Yeah. Okay. Constraint height. Okay, getting the property from there, computing the aspect ratio. But this is really the most important thing, so it should be first. And let's rename this to new width. This is fine. So aspect ratio. Constraint height. Then we start changing the values. And here it depends if we constrain dimensions. Then we set the constraint. Ah, wait. No, this is set width and set height separately. But we also have set size, I think, more recently. So yeah, with width and height. So basically, set size. I guess we can do this and Okay, how about so this logic here where we need the current width and the aspect ratio and this constraint height, this is really to calculate the new height. So we could say let new height is current height. And then if we want to constrain dimensions, and okay, looks like this checked is important because it's a it's checkbox, then new height becomes constraint height. And here we have like that. And then constraint dimensions I guess this might be the width is already that value, so I don't know exactly why this is needed. And then set property of the height input to the new height. I don't know. I think this is a little bit cleaner. Let's try to change width and compare it with change height and see what we broke. What I broke. So changing width, it doesn't seem to work anymore. Oh, because I don't do anymore this important thing. So I don't think this is needed. And now I think this can be even better, but let's just see. Okay, so this seems to work with the constraint checkbox. How does it compare with the other function for changing height? It's a little bit shorter, maybe one line shorter. But the logic and the name of the things, like change height starts with aspect ratio. Why? This is only something that it links to if we want to have these constrained dimensions or not. So this one starts with getting the current values, calculating the new one, the new width from this value that is being passed, and then new height is the current one unless that constraint dimensions is checked. I think this is a little bit cleaner in this way. And somehow it reads better to me at least. And I don't think this is needed. Is this needed? Yeah, I think this just works. So even a little bit shorter. And now I just copied this in this change height. So new width, okay. And maybe we can put here change size. And this is going to be this call right here. And that. I think it's like this. I can undo everything and check the formula here because I don't. Yeah. So it's multiplied and then we get the new width to the constraint width. And then we set size with those values. It does a little bit extra work. The previous code might have been more efficient because you don't need to call set size. Change size here from the shape sets the width and the height. So two function calls here. And previously it was doing them separately. So not entirely sure if this is a good idea, but I find the variable names at least good. And I think this works. No, what happened there? These values didn't update. This value didn't update. So okay, this doesn't change the height. Oh, no. Okay, I don't know what I'm doing. Data width? With input, data width, new width. And hi, Pesterenan. uh, yeah, let's have a quick look for these. Yeah, it's part of the refactoring thing. Yeah, it didn't work. Why? Width input, height input. Oh, okay. It gives attribute to this, but wait, this attribute is not modifying the value. So set property. What is this really useful for? And get property. These are getting attributes of the object, not the value. Can I change the value? Probably not. Oh, I think it adds the value as an attribute. Okay, so I don't know why set property and get property exists. They are adding these as different attributes there. Maybe I'm missing something. Hmm. Okay, now this works. But are these in any way useful? We have a value set there. I mean, it might be a useful utility, but do we need it at the moment for anything? Let's put next to it get value with input and get value height input. And here the same. And in this one, set value. And now in MISC have those also. It broke. Oh, okay. No. Um, yeah. Hmm. So, Yeah, I don't get it. So here I want to debug. So the new width is fine and new height is becoming 67. Aspect ratio. Ah. It changed. It changed. Of course it changed. So then that was just that set property and get property, those were placeholders for the previous value and current value. And yeah, they were ways to Mhm. Yeah. Hmm. Hello. No, I don't think ChatGPT knows coding with Radu. Yeah, so I think that the reason why that set property and get property was used was kind of a way to store the previous property there to calculate the aspect ratio. It's one way of doing it. I'm just thinking, what would happen in animate if we have two shapes, maybe this one, and it has this aspect ratio preserving thing, and another one that has a different aspect ratio. Okay, it's actually doing the this grouping in a way. Ah, I think in our case, each shape should maintain its aspect ratio. So yeah, I'm gonna update the logic a little bit. So if we change the width of the shape, we know the new width that is going there. And if I go to this change size, probably we still use this one. Let's see. but I just modify it here. And what I want to do, I get the selected shapes, and for each one, I do this. So I get its width and height. The new height depends on that. The aspect ratio, new height, and then I set the size like so. Yeah. And then this now depends on which shape. I mean, in our tool, having maybe multiple rectangles like this and selecting them has multiple values there. But if I put here 100, it will still say multiple values there. It should still say multiple values there, I think. Yeah. So let's just not put anything there yet. And I remove this code. And now let's try again. So 2 rectangles. Let's put 100. Okay, both of them changed to 100. But now constrain and 200. So both of them changed to 200, but both of them got constrained. And this is something that the previous logic wasn't working with. And if I do the same thing for the height, 100, now the constraint doesn't work for 100 because I didn't fix it. So it modified the width and the height. It modified just the height, sorry. But if the width and height are in sync somehow, like now, and I want to change the width to 200. Okay, this works as expected, but constrain. This should also change the height now to 1000 here. So I think we can do if I think we can do that because it didn't have any value before. It was empty. So now let's try 100. Okay, without the constraint. But the height shouldn't go to... Why does the height go to something? Because it's empty. So why does it go here if it's empty? Oh, sure. Okay. And constraint 200. Okay, it keeps the aspect ratio. And now let's unconstrain this and put here 100. So both of them have the same height. And now if I change this to 20, it doesn't keep the aspect ratio. But if I do this and put 200 here, it keeps the ratio and it also puts 1000 here. So I think this is okay. And we don't need this anymore. And now it works in a somehow consistent way. So the new width becomes here. This, and multiplied by it. Wait. Okay. Okay. I think this is consistent now. Okay, tricky logic here. Yeah. Okay. Audio isn't working. Ah, okay. Yeah. Yeah. I think this code could be ask ChatGPT. I think this code could be actually simplified because of the duplication here. So something here at least. Okay. Anyway, so this is something. Where were we? I don't remember what I was doing before this properties and the constraint. The constraint option. Oh, also this rounding has been lost, it seems. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so multiple values there, and then here 200. And now this should stay as a rectangle, this should stay as a square. No, they just go like that. But now if I put 20 here, yeah, they stay the same aspect ratio. And the width still shows multiple values. Okay, I think this is consistent. Right. Now where were we? So the tools, these add shape tools, we have change tool, and now this change tool has been made to use the the new tool objects for the rectangle, path, oval, and select tool. And now switch. These switches were something that we thought we'd do. Yeah. So there was the idea that we remove some of these switches that aren't good if you think about the updating with a new thing. You have to find out all these places with the new shape and update the code in all of these places. So that's bad. And now in the shape tools, we have this object here with the rectangle, path, oval, text, and select. So rect, path, oval, text, and select. Here. So what we could do is take the tools from here. Of that given tool. And then the class rect tool. Okay. And then add point down event listener is the function. So we wouldn't need this switch anymore, and we just write it in this way. And I think that this should still work. removing that switch. So this was one of the comments. Does it work? Seems like it works. And no bugs. So we did something, some improvement here. And remove event listeners for everything here. Removing everything. This can also be done now by looping through the tools. So tools. For each tool, we do this. I think this works. Let's see. Oh no. Oh wow. Yeah, I think I want this syntax. So no. Okay, why is this not iterable? Iterable. Oh, okay. Yeah. Now I think it works. Okay, so I think for of doesn't work if you have these string indices there. And now with the key, it loops through the shape tools there and it goes one by one through rect, path, oval, text, and select. And then to get this tool and the class, we do that. I think this is how it works. So this change tool and then select tool shape tools, select tool. Yeah, so in select here we added a new one, and change tool here. Well, it's the same, I think so. I think this change tool is not needed anymore, really. So yeah, I think it can just be select tool, and in the shape tools, yeah. So I think here we can just say shape tools select tool. And now we can clean up and remove that change tool function. Let's see. Also, I don't know why this is here. So, in main, we don't need this change tool anymore, and I think we no, what did I do? Yeah, I thought that we copied this here. So then this is not needed anymore. This is still passing to that one. So okay, so moving this one out, and now okay, seems like it works. So these functions also they are for the shortcuts, I think. But so now in the shape tools we have this select tool, and given a tool from these, it does everything, and it adds the event listeners there. Okay, and it also modifies the radio button. Okay. And there is still the shortcut system somewhere. So this one, select rect tool, path tool, and so on. I think this can just be maybe something like And we wouldn't need those anymore. I don't know. Is this a good idea? So let's see if it still works with the shortcuts. Rectangle, oval, text, selecting V, and path. Okay, seems like it works. Anonymous function that calls, yeah, I did that. I think this is fine. So what else? So now this shape tools are here. There was one more thing that I get confused about. This select tool now is a thing. So it's not anymore in some floating JavaScript file there. From here, there used to be some of these floating functions not assigned to anything. And I think that select shapes under rectangle, this is also something related to that tool. So to the select tool. And at the moment it's called here. So let's get rid of this file, this shape, this select tool file. No, what was it? Somewhere here, select tools. Yeah, very confusing. Select tools and select tool. So this code from here, I'm just going to take it out. And move it to the select tool. And let's just keep it as a static function. And here, call it like this. And I think that everything still works now. Okay, I think everything still works, but I removed one more file. So where was this? Select tools. This one. Okay. Good. I think I'm gonna do a commit now because we refactored these tools. So tool refactoring done. And it's a crazy one, so. Oh yeah. These drawings are something that I don't care about. They are places where I store test drawings. So I don't care about this. And Yeah, but everything else, crazy. So, refactored tools. Okay. Now the HTML, it starts to look much cleaner. We just have these elements in the body and then a bunch of JavaScript files. So we have a holder for the tools and for the properties. And if you want, you can definitely play with these styles. That's one thing that could be worked on here. Let's still polish some things with these. Because I don't like that, for example, if I want to draw a rectangle, I can't draw it here because this properties box is blocking, and I really want to give those things a background so they clearly block the screen. And yeah, so I just go to the CSS and I guess this is fine. Okay, something like this. Let's make a class. What does Copilot want me to do here? It was suggesting something crazy. Let's see what happens if I do this. So, no, this is just a holder. So the panel actually goes in the here and is okay. Let's just give to those, at least for now, and see what happens. Well, the interface is simpler. Where did they go? I don't know. Yeah, let's just go back here, and I'm going to put some common properties in this one, and maybe just something like that, just to avoid some duplicate code here. Mm, okay, so now it's clear that something there is blocking my drawing, this properties panel. Okay. I said that we also have some shortcuts for things that we don't have buttons for. So maybe I would like that to be there too. Like if I'm going to open the shortcuts here. Or let's actually have a quick look again at everything we did. So this tools panel and see if there is some fine tuning that we can do. And at the moment, I think I removed that. It's not something that I want to think about now. History tools, shape tools. Okay, actually, the shape tools now, if you think about it, we have them defined. This is one more thing, like every time you define a new tool in the shape tools here, you need to remember to add an element to the screen, to the panel, to this tools panel. And that's kind of annoying because you need to remember it. So it's not enough to just implement the tool behavior and make the shape tools here, group them together. You have to remember to do something else. And if you can minimize the amount of times you do that, that's a good thing. So if we go back now to this, if we go back to the tools panel, and we see that there are these common things here like path, rect, oval, text, and select. These are the same things as here. Let's open the shape tools. So these things from here are the same as these things from here. Path, rect, oval, text, select. Rect, path, oval, text, select. Okay, but if we want them in order, we can just put that, so. Okay, and how would we do that? So we could loop here. In that. And could we write a common thing here? So something like this, but with parameters. So the key here is actually what we want there. So we can put it as such. It's a radio button. Now path radio and rect radio and whatever, we could put key to lowercase plus radio like this. Now shape tools, it's just the name that I added here to group things together. It doesn't really matter much how we call this, and it can be like so. Then checked is like that, but this needs a parameter as well. So here, you could open up this with another double quote like that. Or you could use backticks, which I don't like so much because you can confuse them so much with this apostrophe. But I guess you can do that. And then you could use double quotes here with no problem. Remove that one also. And I think $, and this is the syntax for the backtick. So this means if I did it correctly, that I can remove all this code. And I think something might be broken, or no? Why is this select feature selected and the path is... Okay, so... Why is select selected there? Ah, okay, because checked. So the first one would need to be checked, would need to be selected. Checked is undefined. Okay, I think if checked just appears there, it carries on, maybe. So checked. It's funny. Checked is equal to false, and it shows as checked. So I think it's it's the string false. Okay. So maybe because it's set to some string that is something, it considers it checked. Like, great. Yeah, doesn't have a value, so it just appears there. It's enough for it to appear there, I guess. And now it appears somehow, so it makes it checked. But how do I give this attribute there? Yeah, any value will check. Remove the attribute. Oh, well, actually. Yeah, but then nothing is selected. In the beginning. I want something to be selected in the beginning. I guess I could call something to select the thing. So like that. But I think that this should be... Yeah, I guess this is fine. Okay, so is there anything better we can improve here? I guess that the structure could be the same for everything, really. Like these buttons also here are the same, and they could be looped in the same way. But then again, for the history, you don't really have more things to do than undo and redo. So somehow implementing the same structure for the history tools and the document tools just feels like overkill. And how often do you implement a new history button? What would it do? Remove attribute. Okay. Yeah, I guess I could have used that one also to remove it after it assigns to all of them, but I think this is just fine. So now my question is, should this this is definitely nice here, because if I'm gonna update this to have a triangle tool or whatever, I don't need to change this code anymore. It's gonna automatically update. Actually, I think if I copy these like so and just give them different names, maybe something breaks, but anyway. I have more things added here automatically. I didn't change that. And now some problems here because of the because of this, I think. Yeah, and there are some things in the select tool that, yeah, it's going to look for that specific thing, like path to. And anyway, I just wanted to show that adding a new tool, it's not probably just straightforward like that. But part of the functionality is there, so we don't have to find all the places where something like that happens. And I think that the idea for this originated in the shape load. So somebody shape load switches, and it was MSH Ryan who suggested that. So the shape load was also something. Shape shape. And here load shapes. So this is something where this switch was something that they didn't like. So now can we fix this? I think so. So we do the same thing, shape tools. Maybe this should be elsewhere, but let's just keep it here for now. And shape tools, and then shape data type is going to give us that. Then class is going to give us path tool, rect tool, and so on, which is not what we want really. Okay, so let's refactor this also. I think that in shape here, or yeah, types, we could have that. And I'm just going to copy this there. We'll remove this in a second. So I just copied this there. And here class, I replace with tool, because this is the tool for creating this thing. And class, we haven't used these anywhere. I think so. Or did we? We did at some point. Okay, maybe we leave them there. And we just say this is the class for the tool, and this is the object for the shape. And this doesn't have, so this is not something like that. I don't like it. Okay. So back to this one. Shape tools, tools, and so on. Shape. Load. And then this. And again, we got away with this switch case here. Except the image. Image is not there yet. There is no my image tool. There is just the shape my image there, and there's no radio button for that. We don't have that way of creating images. This is kind of annoying. I have to think of this. Maybe somebody can figure out. The tools should be with everything, but then not everything is a shape. Okay, well, not everything is a shape. Then select. Okay, shape tools and select. Select is something else. It doesn't belong here. Image belongs here. It just doesn't have a tool for it yet. So this probably needs to go elsewhere. Okay, but anyway, back here, shape load that should work if there is a shape. So but there will always be a shape. I mean, we don't export select anything there. So even though select doesn't really belong there, yeah, it's not gonna break it. So I can keep it like this for now, I think. Almost. Okay, so this got simplified as well. And again, one place where loading shapes, I don't need to remember all the shapes, all the possible shapes, and come here and edit when I add a new one in the future. So to be clear, the reason why I'm doing this is that it wasn't very easy to add new shapes before. I had to add code in very many different places. So Yeah, and now it's trying to add pointer down listeners to the image, I think. Oh no, to the select. Yeah, in different applications like here, the shape tools are clearly something else than the selection tools. I have a feeling at some point we will have this. We already have selection by clicking and selection with this rectangle, but here in Animate there is also this lasso thing. So probably we will have this when we work with, especially when we work with raster objects. But let's see. I think I want to remove this select from here. So it's not there anymore. Why is it still adding a select tool? Ah, oh, okay, okay. It's selecting the tool. I think it was for the image actually. So yeah, the select wasn't breaking. So why did I need to add this here? I wanted this here because I wanted the shape load to be able to load using this images. But now it tries to loop through all of them and call the thing to add event listeners for creating the image, because there is a tool for creating everything except the image. The image loads. I think I'm gonna try this. So my image tool, and I'm just going to copy this rect tool here. My image tool and add pointer, whatever, I have it empty now. I think that we will have a very complicated image tool eventually. And at the moment it does nothing, but I prepare for it there, and I also make this not break, if it makes sense. So okay. Now the shapes are here. The radio buttons are here. It doesn't have a radio button ID, I think, but it shouldn't be there anyway. At least not in this way. Okay, but the reason why I added it here in the first place was to try the load. So load, and now let's take some existing object here, like tree. Okay, load still works. So load shapes works. Load shapes. Okay, also copy paste uses this, and load from the button I just pressed, and also redo and undo. So let's try a little bit this functionality. Let's try load and that tree again. And now I'm drawing something. Let's delete it, move this, copy paste. Okay, copy paste works. Let's try duplicate. It was doing copy paste automatically. Control D. Copy paste, I want buttons for those also here, even though they are very obvious. And the images. So exporting this as an image, tree test PNG, and now let's load it. It worked. So I have this image, and let's copy it. Okay, copying images works. And let's export this with images also. Not export, but save the document for editing in the future. So as a JSON file. And now if I refresh and load that one, it's like this. And these items are editable. These images don't yet have the image tool. So yeah, they will eventually be editable, do stuff like brightness, contrast, whatever. But this works, and I don't have any errors, I think. Okay, something weird happening there. I think it might be because of the selecting an image. Or I don't know. I'll look into it. It's just a warning and it doesn't seem to affect the behavior. Okay, so I don't want my image to be added there. It does nothing. I'm not creating an image in the same way that I'm creating a rectangle here. And I think that might actually generate bugs because yeah, so that's one thing that I want to exclude from the radio buttons there. And let's remove this thing and say that. and here replace this with show button. I think this is gonna be kind of a temporary thing because I do want to enter some image editing mode. So false for that one. And then here in the tool panel, that. So let's see. Okay, it removed it from there, but if I load the images, oh, okay, so this is F8. My image, and why is shape undefined? Hmm. And how did this work before? I don't get it. Okay, it loaded, but the images are... Yeah, I'm confused. Okay, let's check the chat. Okay. What do you mean by data-driven binding? I'm not aware of the term. Windows. Okay. Invert the dependency of select tools. Okay. Factory. Okay. Okay. So it works or it doesn't work? Now it seems like it works. How did it work before when I didn't have shape here? I mean, the load shapes must have needed to do that. To call this load on the shape data and properties. How did that work? It's a complete mystery. If shape didn't exist until then for my image. Yeah, it's scary. This thing with the factory, I have to think a little bit how to implement. Yeah, and oh, this thing has just floating functions here, this shape class. Okay, back to this my image tool. So this is something that it will be a to-do in general. When we get to raster tools. And now what did we do? So let's go here a little bit and so shape tools, we made this radio button like that, removed that one thing, and we added a attribute for show button so that that image doesn't appear there. It's a different way of initializing the tool from this load, basically. So this was the car I drew in some previous stream. So, yeah. And now it gives an error trying to load the car JSON file. Why? So, okay. Rectangle. Rectangle, rectangle, rectangle. Oh, oval. Oval breaks. Really? Why? Let's try it again. Okay, oval. Class oval. There is a load function, so can I go down? No. What? I don't get it. Okay, yeah, sure. You can submit the PR. I let's that would help. Why is this not working? Um, let's say the class is, oops, not there. So okay, so oval, it goes here, it has the class, and then class load is undefined. Ooh, I think I did some typo very long time ago. That's why it's good to test, and it's also good to have these files to load as kind of things, data examples that contain all kind of oh, and this is not correct. It's I at some point I tried to um do something about this code, and seems like I broke it. Let's remove this. I think it probably works now. Okay, so it does work. Yeah, so this was something I drew last time, I think. Okay. No, just the oval, and it was the static, and I did something at some point, a quick check to see if I can clean these, remove the switches from there, like we were talking about, and I forgot to undo that quick change, and it's horrible. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, back to business. So here, this is maybe fine. Just individual buttons and then on click something from the document tools there. Save, load, export. Maybe I can have here save, load, export. What would I call copy and paste? Editing. Yeah, so maybe we go here and we say history tools, and then I'm thinking to add the copy paste buttons also and the delete button in its own place there, because even if I have shortcuts for it, I don't like it, because maybe when we think about mobile application, having it on mobile, it doesn't have a keyboard there, so there should be some way of doing it. And okay, I want to do a commit with these fixes first, but first okay, this clear improvement, this oval here, the fix. Shape with the... Okay, I think I just formatted this file with this improvement, and it affected there also the... Yeah, it's fine to separate it like this, and then my image, shape tools, radio button in a different way. Okay, I think now this is fine. So the previous commit was refactored tools. Right. Nice. So I did this. And now I still want to do this, the shortcuts. So the shortcuts here, some of the things like reset colors, swap colors, these functions are still floating somewhere. I don't know exactly where. It's not clear like all these other ones. And select all, copy paste, duplicate, delete selected shapes. I think these should be in editing tools. So I need editing tools. So here, let's make editing tools also there. Like that. And let's create this one. And I'm just going to copy the history tools structure. So let's say editing tools, and then it just had static methods. So I compare now with the shortcuts. So I only keep the shortcuts file open and this one. And I want these. So select all, copy paste, duplicate, and deselect and delete selected shapes. So editing tools, where is select all? I don't know. It's in shape. Select all. Where is copy and paste? In main. copy, paste, duplicate. Like that. So static, 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 and delete selected shape. It's in shape again. Okay, so this is fine. And now select all, let's see where it is called. So now it's edit. Like that. Okay, maybe this is better. So editing tools. Select all, copy, paste, duplicate, and delete selected shapes. Okay. This is becoming smaller. It used to be, I think, 300 something, and that's good. And this shape with the load shapes and few other functions here. Oh, some crazy, horrible stuff there. Move callbacks. I don't know what they are. Yeah, delete only. Yeah, I think so. Does this work? Control Z, Control Y, duplicate. Something broke. Control C, Control V works. But why does duplicate add a bookmark? Editing tools duplicate. Ah. It needs to call these from here now. Control D, and it duplicates. Let's load an image of the tree, and let's resize it like this. Let's undo and constrain. Okay. Nice. Some crazy stuff happened. Yeah, using that gizmo thing doesn't update the history. I think here it does. And now I undo. or no? I think changing some properties didn't update the history, or... Okay. Okay. But these are okay-ish. So delete. Yeah, it works. So now this editing tools, these 50 lines of code, are about this kind of manipulation here. Ah. I'm scared to go into this. It's too difficult for me right now. So I take a break and eat something, and also think about what is realistic to still do today. There are some global values here that... and this viewport stuff. Oh, yeah. That's also something I would really like to fix today. These global values. Yeah. Is this still needed? No, because we select it when we initialize these tools. So we can remove that. These tools here, these things are very... They are tool related. Or no, they are properties related. But these properties are also tools. So it's a little bit difficult to, to think about it now. I mean, they're properties, at least in my view here. Some applications have them in both places. I think all of them really. So if you think about PowerPoint, it has some things here at the top, I think, shape format, and so shape format here at the top, but then here it has this. So one fill color here and one fill color here, two places. And animate also has one thing here and one thing here. So the property of this, this doesn't change if we select this. Yeah, I think we might do that, but let's see if we can just work with one place for the colors there. Color tools. I think that's a good idea. Especially because I want to eventually redesign these. I don't want to use the color picker, the default color picker. It doesn't have transparency option. I think it should be part of the color that it can be transparent. So maybe color tools. Yeah. So I plan to still code today, maybe 2 hours, whatever I can do. And then I continue not tomorrow, but after tomorrow. And then I hope it's in a good state, so I will have a break from this. And I continue during my work with shorter streams and focused on feature development. Or let's see. But yeah, in general, maybe one feature per stream and shorter streams. And I think I can continue developing it from time to time in that way. Okay, so now I still want to add the buttons for copy paste, select all, whatever we have the shortcuts for. I think I'm not gonna make color tools just yet. I just move the color related things to the editing tools for now, but it's a next step when I work more on the colors. Thanks. I think it's becoming better structure, but there's still a lot. I'm hoping I can finish the refactoring on Saturday. So I think these will go to the editing tools. Or no, because they are part of the properties panel. So the properties panel, oh, I didn't touch this code, but eraser tool. It's the delete button. So you can get similar effect from drawing white, for example, without a fill, and it looks like an eraser. Like I'm erasing now. But I want eventually to have the possibility to really erase, not just draw something on top of something. But that links to raster processing, so editing the pixels. And I don't have anything close to, I don't have anything related to that at the moment. So it's going to be a future feature. But there will be an eraser tool, definitely. So yeah, there are. Um, yeah, I will implement the rasterization feature. There are some, like here, animate is doing something, combining a vector and raster. Not exactly, but look at this. I can select part of this, and I just select those pixels really when I move them out like that. But then there are some objects, like after you group them, that are, I would say, vector in the sense that they are already they are grouped and you can't change their properties inside unless you go inside of the group. But if you think about this lasso tool, it selects the object and the pixels there. So as long as a little bit it's crossing the object, it selects it. And if you think about an eraser tool that would work like this, selecting and then deleting, it would just remove the entire object, really. It's also a way of doing it, like as long as if the eraser touches that object, here it doesn't do it. So, or let's undo, and yeah, here it doesn't do anything on this object, the real eraser tool. It just ignores it. It seems to draw something over it, but then when you release, it just doesn't do the thing that it promised, kind of. So some of these things, they are, yeah. It could be. I have seen applications like that. So many different applications have different approaches. And there are people behind these applications thinking, like, what should that do? And they try something and they do something, and then some people like it, some people don't. Hmm, maybe. I want to just think of an eraser in the context of some kind of raster format. So removing pixels, making pixels invisible. And I'm not going to implement an eraser anytime soon until we have that. So I don't want to mix it. I think we have at the moment a great eraser for these shapes. Oh, I'm drawing. We have the great eraser of selecting something and pressing delete, so it's just fine. This is very nasty here. I think we can make some better code for doing these, and these properties are gonna be just more and more, and this code is something I don't want to look at today. It scares me. We think about it maybe next time. But those I think that those new functions there for the reset colors and swap colors, they should go there, because they are inside of the colors are inside of the properties panel. So like this. So I'm swapping them and I'm reverting to these defaults. Okay. Let's try to draw something. I really want snapping now. Yeah. Yeah. Needs a lot of helping tools. But it's something. I keep it. Let's keep it. Yeah, and not necessarily missing from other apps, but you might notice what is missing in general. Like maybe you get some idea that how to fix a problem or how to invent a new feature that is from elsewhere. So far, we've been looking at other apps because why reinvent the wheel? I mean, we are kind of reinventing the wheel. There's no other app exactly like this. It has some things from here and there already. So it's kind of original in that sense, but each component, somebody thought of it before us. And also Control Shift F. Yeah, I know, but I don't know where I needed to do that. Okay. So DNX, so reset colors and swap colors. So this is something. What was this? This was fill color. It was change fill color, or yeah. So change fill color, change fill. How about we put here a button? So similar to the tool panel, I guess something like this. Properties panel, we do here append child. For the shortcut of reset colors and swap colors. So reset btn like that. And the other one after the stroke panel here. So that will be swap and swap and swap btn. So now if I refresh, I have these buttons here, reset and swap. Yeah. Maybe reset should be the default. Like, I don't know. Let's call it here. And look a little bit in these boxes. I think that the fill when are we making them red? And okay, maybe we can remove that. And the same for the stroke. Simplify a little bit, and seems like it works. What happens if we don't call this reset colors? So both of them are black, but we call reset, and reset just means initialize. I think it's fine. We will refactor this properties panel at some point, but now I just wanted to move the functions related to these things from that place. I don't know where they were, main maybe. And I also noticed that there are shortcuts actions here that were like that, floating somewhere. Okay, Now this shortcut thing might also need some refactoring at some point, but not in an urgent state, I think. Let's see. Buttons for copy and paste here. So in the tools panel, we have the document tools, add editing tools. I think, yeah. And let's just copy this document tools. Editing tools. Editing tools header. Editing. Maybe edit would have been better word. But it works. So copy btn and editing tools copy and copy. And let me remove these other ones and see if this appears there. Okay. And let's have a rectangle, select it, copy it. Doesn't work. I'm calling the function here. Okay. I don't know why it worked now, but it didn't work before. So tools panel, copy, and now paste. Select all, btn, and select all. And I think delete. 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 Okay, so we have that. Select all, selects all. Okay. Select all, and I need the select tool. So select all seems to work. Copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste. Okay, and delete. So some buttons there. Let's see if we can use emojis instead of these. So okay, it doesn't work. It needs this UTF. So now we have a save there. Yeah. At some point there will be some. I want to design the emojis, the images in the tool. It's hard to find something that I would really use here. Guess they're okay-ish. Yeah, copy is just copy. You need to paste. Maybe I don't need to paste. Good idea. Let's remove the paste button and just have copy do the duplicate. I don't know. Do we really need? I think that we don't need a button for absolutely everything in the interface, every functionality, and duplicate just does what we expect. Like if we draw something and we do this, it's already copying the thing. So thanks, it's a good idea. I like this approach. Now select all, I don't know. Yeah, about selecting all, I don't like this so much. But anyway, yeah, and then undo, redo, I think these are just something like this. Wonder, can I put here a class? I think it worked. I don't insist on these. Yeah, and I think these texts are overkill, so let's remove them. It's okay. And now path, rectangle, oval, text, and select. This is harder to make them look like buttons. And then have some kind of style for the selected one. Okay, hand cursor for these. I'm not gonna touch these ones. It's okay. We don't know what they mean, so one thing we could think about already now is maybe adding multiple languages to this application. So that means all this hard-coded stuff would go away. But that's, I feel, like a future feature, something that I want to implement in a separate video. And okay. Uh-huh. Okay, in my case, it did the magnifier. It magnified everything. So apparently that didn't work. Windows plus. Oh, Windows plus dot. Okay. No. Yeah, I'm not sure what I would type in for those that I'm really in need for. Yeah, I'm on Windows 11. I was just pressing Windows Plus because I didn't see that dot or stop or period or how you want to call it. Okay, but this is okay. So the tools panel is okay. I could use this same code technique, but then I would have to implement tools for tool objects for all of these things. And I think it's too much trouble. They are not expected to change, really. Like, I wouldn't expect these to change. Maybe their placement or something, but for now, this is just fine. It has all the things on left side, and when these are made in the same form as this one, it's going to use very little space on the side here. So that's fine. And this properties, I would consider collapsing it as well. But it's okay. I mean, there is enough space to work here, and you can avoid that. So it's not something horribly critical here. Somehow I would expect them to be aligned in a nicer way, but I don't want to, again, worry about that now. So what is the next step? Let's look in the main. Some functions get options. What is this? Okay. I think now I'm using wrong naming. I think what I mean by get options is get properties. So maybe I rename this to and move it to that properties panel. Okay, this should work now as before. Yeah, it's selecting everything as before, but we removed one more function from main to where its place is. And now this clear canvas, this is something, and draw stage, these are something that link very much to the viewport object that we created. So I don't know how good job we did here, but with this viewport, but it works at the moment. And let's see where it is. It's I thought it's here. Oh no, it's okay. Maybe we move this viewport in somewhere else. let's make a folder called display. Move it there. Remember to change where it's included from. Display, viewport, and have a quick look what it does. So some things here, math related and event listeners, but I think that at some point, okay, wait a second. So first of all, does it work now when I did this? Yeah, panning, zooming still works. But this viewport, so I think something in this shape, many things in this shape might go there. Load shapes, draw shapes. So this draw shapes is definitely something that links to viewport, I think. Let's try moving it there. Let's look where it's, oh my goodness. It's crazy, it's everywhere. Let's move it to the viewport. Now the viewport was this special thing that I said that I might want to use multiple viewports at some point. So it is now as this global variable here. So I'm renaming it in this weird way, and now I'm going to viewport. And giving it a draw shapes method. And I think this should work. No. For some reason, it didn't want to update these ones. Okay, still works. Roadmap. What roadmap? I don't get the message or something. Okay, so at least it moved away from shape. So shape and main and misc are places where functions that didn't have a proper place before were added. Now clear canvas and draw stage. I think this clear canvas and draw stage. They go also there. So let's move them also to the viewport. And they are now instance methods. So like that. Um, hmm. They are still called here, clear canvas and draw stage, but I think we can do that when we initialize the viewport. So here, and everything still seems to work. But these are methods that I don't think are called anywhere else. It's the viewport is responsible for dealing with these. So at least for now, I think we can mark them as private methods. I don't know if they will need to be called from elsewhere, but and they actually have global variables, many of them. Let's see if it still works now. Seems fine. So these contexts, these are things that are defined globally somewhere here in some horrible way. And then these properties like stage properties, canvas properties. The canvas fits the whole screen no matter what. But the stage is something. Yeah. Basically, the only thing we need to worry about here really is defining the stage width and height. And these canvas properties. Oh, did I break something here with this debug feature? No? Okay, seems like it still works. And moving it around works. Yeah, seems like everything is in sync there. So these stage properties, we are passing them to the viewport. Canvas properties, it doesn't really matter. Also, this display can be later, I think. But what we should tell the viewport is if we want to show the hit regions. So I think that we do that. We remove that. We go here. The canvas properties don't come from here anymore. And we have here show hit regions. Like so. And where is this hit test canvas even defined? It's where is this defined? Ah, here next to it. Okay, so both of them exist there. Okay. Well, here this can move here. Like if we want to show the hit regions, like if we don't want to show the hit regions, the hit test canvas style display sets to none. Stage properties. Okay, now this canvas properties again depends on that. Let's move it in the viewport. So if we do that, we use the window, have otherwise the full, and then a vector 0 for the center always, and then this canvas properties offset. Okay. It's really the properties width divided by 2, so offset is really a new vector with okay, it's yeah, it's okay, we can do it in 2 steps. So this and that. Okay, and then stage properties here, left and top, are helper variables. They can go also there, here, and it uses the, okay. Actually, this is not necessary with the center X because it's a 0. So we can clean up this and say it's minus stage properties width divided by 2. And same for that. Okay, so no parentheses needed. And I would group these somehow, let's see. But now my canvas width and height and hit test canvas width and height, these are now set to the canvas properties. I think we can do that here also. So canvas and hit test canvas. Okay. And now CTX and hit tests, testing CTX. I think that the code that we wrote so far might work if I refresh. No, it doesn't. There are some. Okay. Some translating here. Yeah, in the beginning. Let's just say viewport in the top. I just want to test if what I wrote is still working because I'm worried about doing too many things at once and then forgetting everything I'm doing. So for now, viewport first, and then I can get this from, these are references, so this should work. Yeah. These global variables before the viewport. Okay, and now something. This is missing here. Okay, so everything works. Good. Now back to cleanup. So these global variables are something we need to get rid of. I think they're, again, the viewport is responsible for them. So, and these kind of logic here with translating, I don't even remember what this is for. So I'm actually going to move these in the viewport also at the top here. Like so. Like so. And now this translate can happen like this. And this is now this. And this code should maybe work. Nope. Those global variables, I think. Yeah, in CTX, in Viewport, every time we see this CTX, we need this dot CTX. So what I'm gonna do is this, and I just make sure I don't do something stupid like here. So match case, and now it's gonna jump over these capital CTXs. So this is something I want to change, and that one, 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 that one, that one, that one, that one. Yeah, okay. And hit testing CTX, so let's look for that, will become this dot hit testing CTX. So replace, 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 replace. I think we are done. And now errors. Select tool. Yeah. I guess for now this can solve the problem. Okay, that solved the problem. Fine. So everything still works, but now our main is becoming much more sensible. So look at this. We want to show the hit regions. We want the rectangular selection mode to be intersection. Yeah. Stage properties. I think we can make these as stage properties. And the viewport is here. Properties panel, tools panel. Oh. Okay. Shapes, gizmos, current shape, and clipboard. This has to do with editing or display or something. Maybe stage could be a class. Let's get this one out of the way. This has to do with the shortcuts, so I'm just going to move it to the shortcuts file. So here. Okay, and now main is becoming even better. Definitely better. I think it was 300 lines or something. Now this viewport, I want this viewport to clean up its constructor a little bit, and then I'm maybe done. I'm done for today. Maybe looking a little bit also here and checking some easy things to fix if possible. But this viewport, okay, let's do commit and say here refactoring main JS. Okay, and now the viewport. So let's do this one also. So I'm getting here 2 canvases, which is a little bit stupid because this hit test canvas is something that you wouldn't need to know about. Like if you read this and you're like, okay, viewport, hit test canvas, what is that? What is it for? And if you think about working on this application, maybe some things, many things here, like if you want to implement a new shape, you don't really need to know much about that other hit test canvas exists. Or okay, maybe you do need to know because defining the hit region for each shape could be a special thing. But let's say working on the tools, these pointer listeners, you don't need to know about that. Shortcuts, bounding box, vector, if you want to update this to 3D, you wouldn't need to ever know about that. So it just makes no sense that this hit canvas is there. I think I'm going to make this a div ID canvas holder and add my one canvas here and remove the hit test canvas. And I wouldn't need even this. So. But let's keep it because I think it's a global variable for now. So now the viewport in main gets my canvas and or the canvas holder, like so. And it's a div. So canvas is going to be maybe that. And then hit test canvas we create the canvas here. So it's just in memory. And we can add it to that div because we want to display it sometimes. So I think this is fine. And restarting this, errors. Okay, we have some canvas used without the this, like here. Okay, so now it works again. Almost. Okay, stage properties still appears to be somewhere. Oh no. It's in many places. Yeah. I have a feeling these... Okay, stage properties, but it's passed as a parameter, so it's not looking for global. Here it's looking for the global value. I don't like that I have to do that here. Why even... Why were we doing this? Why were we adding and removing the stage properties left? We don't need to do this anymore, do we? I think not, because we had to do it at some point when it was changing with respect to the canvas size. So if you would load the application on a different screen size, it would not align properly. But I think that part of our refactoring and the implementation of the viewport, where we made the center in the middle of the screen, I have a feeling that this fixed it. I'm gonna risk it. And say that we don't need these stage properties anymore. It might make the previous drawings incompatible, I don't know. Or maybe not. But let's see what happens. So what about drawing? I don't think that drawing... Does drawing here use the stage properties? I think I'm going to risk it. Let's see. So I remove this from here. And here, just put this center. And now here, remove this. And this center. And now here, data center. And now the rectangle. No. If this works, this has the benefit that it's much simpler than what it was before with this stage properties removed. So this works, but so it's not broken anymore. We fixed it. But the thing that these functions are doing are loading, serializing the objects. So let's try those features. 3 rectangles here. Let's align them to center, maybe 300. And let me export this. So I'm going to save this. Testing JSON. It didn't break. Refresh and now load. Testing JSON. No, it doesn't work. Where are they? So they must be somewhere. Shapes. They loaded. But wow. They are all rectangles. So here in the load, vector load. New vector from that. Okay. I have a feeling that the file we made doesn't include them even. So center is 0. So when we serialized, center is, oh, center X. I thought I removed those. Okay, back. Let's try again. Rectangle, rectangle, rectangle. I just keep them like that, replacing the testing JSON. And now if I open testing JSON formatting it. It does have it properly, but does it load in the same place? Please do. Okay. Somehow here in the middle of the stage. Does it load there even if I move the stage somewhere? Yes. And does it move it there if I have a different size screen here? So, okay, something broke. Testing. Okay, it works. Good. What if the screen is just a different size like this? Not save, but load. Testing. Okay, great. And now the really scary thing. Can I load my car from last time? No. So something still broke with the backwards compatibility. But I don't bother fixing this because the reason why this broke is because doing that removing what is happening here? Okay, something strange is happening. The reason why this is broken is because of some error we had at some point. And this is not really an application that is like that it was released under any version, so backwards compatibility just doesn't make sense. The only drawings existing are my own basically. And okay, this path is breaking. Path objects, but ovals work and rectangles work. The path is broken. So I'm not gonna bother with that. I might eventually realign those things. But let's go back to this stage properties thing. Remove them from everywhere, the second parameter, since it's not needed anymore. And also check the path. So oval was working. Center, path, stage properties, center. Really don't know why why this path is broken. I have to debug that. Then rectangle. Yeah, okay. And text. I didn't test the text yet. Oh. What? Ah, I even have here something. Okay, let's look into that too in a second. But okay, viewport, stage properties. Okay. Okay. Where were we loading the shapes? They were in the tools, in the shape tools. Where was that loading that we were doing somewhere? It was in the shape, wasn't it? Shape. Load shapes. Stage properties. So this is not needed anymore. Let's try again. Load the car example. And now let's trace what the problems are with these moving the path. So select tool. Alt centers is something, but okay. Maybe this set center. Oh, it's an object, it's not vector. So let's go back here, load. Alt centers. Okay, I think that maybe the path object, when it loads the data, yeah, I think it needs to be made into a vector, so that. And I wonder if this is in other places as well. But let's load the car JSON, and now okay. So dragging this works. The text feature, so this was broken. CTX is not defined. Text. Why did we need to do that for the text, the CTX? Ah, for the size. I mean, I can make the code work like this, but are we even using this feature now? I guess we are, because we need this, yeah. Let's try if we can use a temporary canvas for this. It's inefficient from memory point of view, but the code is not using this viewport CTX, which I don't want. So I want to measure the text on this temporary canvas. This is not needed. Does this still work now, or? I think it works. The scaling of this was never working. We never implemented it, but this size, this width and height of the text is detected somewhere. So I think this fixes the problem, but warning, potential memory leak from the canvas. Anyway, yeah, I will do a thorough testing just before we end the stream, but I think that now I loaded the car image, so not the editable file. And let's try exporting these. So I first saving this. So testing JSON. And now let's load testing JSON. This looks fine. No errors. Select tool. I can still move everything around. Multiple items. Yeah. Okay, good. I like it. So, not done. This viewport. So I managed to simplify quite a lot of this logic there by removing the unnecessary stage properties. Hit test is this canvas is a new canvas that is only added by the viewport, so I think this is an improvement. Now here, canvas properties. I think we can go without them. So how about we do the canvas width is equal to this. To that. And the height is just gonna be the inner height. Okay. Now the hit test canvas width and height are just this canvas width and height. Okay. Center can just be vector 0, and offset is half the canvas width and half the canvas height. So this, but with this one. So, and I think that now we don't need this canvas properties anymore. We can just look for them, and here we just replace with this offset. And here we, again, the offset apparently. Height, I think it's now the height and width are part of the canvas. So something doesn't work. I don't get it. Why is this not working now? So okay, nice. I also haven't coded a big project in a while. I mean, something more of a software engineering type project and less of a algorithmics thing. I don't know. Why is it not working? So, oh, I don't know. Oh, wow. sabbatical. Are you teaching or researching? Oh, wait a second. Was there another offset? Mhm. There is, isn't it? Let's call this one default offset. I think here it was default offset and then offset. Then this is with offset. And this is with offset. So and now we are in this, so this offset, this will also work. And I think like that. Okay. Oh no, I don't want to save. Okay. All right. Okay, so better we don't have those canvas properties, which are parts of the canvas, and makes sense to keep them there. Center and this offset. These are things related to the viewport. Default offset also relates to the viewport. And then CTX, these are variables we'll need for drawing everything. And here we fix this with the default offset. This default offset, yeah, it's needed in the bottom as well. Then canvas, clearing the canvas. Yeah, okay. The default doesn't say much, so I would rename this to zero center offset. I don't know. The offset is in the center of the screen. At least it's more, it explains more what it is. Good. Okay. So much better than before, in my opinion. Zoom and zoom step, these also go here where we have these things. So these are all properties from there. These are not used much. I think these make sense to be up here. After we have our canvases, we get the contexts as well. Then this stage properties, let's move this here since it doesn't depend on those properties anymore. Then the hit regions, and now depending on these hit regions, we initialize our canvas properties, and then these are viewport default values, and adjusting to the center offset. I mean, this is already doable. After we have the canvas width and height. Let's just keep it like this. Okay, so now everything still works, but this viewport is better, significantly better. Then we have functions for scaling, for drawing shapes. Shapes and gizmos are still global variables, and I don't know exactly where they should go. Let's make a to-do list here for Saturday. So shapes, gizmos are global. That's one thing. I don't like that the gizmos are being generated again and again with each modification, and every time we draw the shapes, we have to, I don't know. Yeah, it links to this bug in the Gizmo, Gizmo bug fixes. So I have to move this also for next time. Gizmo bug fixes. Clear canvas. This should use the attribute here called canvas, not the global. So I think I also found out why before some of the replace didn't work, because I was maybe having that on. Okay, my canvas. It's crazy. It's everywhere used. Eventually, when we implement layers, I think I want to do it with multiple canvases on top of each other. So everywhere we have this, the top canvas is going to be the one getting the event listeners. So the viewport probably will have a method for retrieving the top canvas. Something like this is in my mind. And the reason I want multiple canvases, I think, is even though it uses more memory, I want to be able to redraw the shapes just in one specific canvas and not all the shapes from all the layers every time something changes. So it's going to help a lot with that. Okay, so just a little cleaning up here so we don't repeat stage properties everywhere. I'm just gonna leave these like global because they are global. And for now it's fine. They will be global anyway, so it doesn't matter. Okay. So viewport is also cleaned up. It's not done, but some of the improvements will come when refactoring the other things like the gizmo and whatever. At the moment, it's much better than before for all the reasons that I've been talking about. Yeah. Okay, so let's go here and okay. So refactored the viewport and oh, switched careers. What is that? Upholstery. Hmm. Okay, I'm wrapping up. So quick look here. We did refactoring today, definitely a lot of it. Also some polishing. Path, width, height before adding it to shapes. Let's have a quick look. Maybe it's not hard to do. So tools, now we have path tools, path tool, shapes push, current shape. Do we do it for the oval? Or like the rectangle or up callback? Aha. Okay, so we do it. Path oval. So here, yeah, I even remember testing it today. Like if I want to draw a path like this, if I click here and here and here, and now I select, I have these phantom paths here with just one point. So in the path tool, I think this is what we want to do. And then for the rect tool here, we had similar thing. So record history and recenter the shape. Okay, so now path tool. Yeah, I think I see just 3 shapes, even though I clicked many times, many small clicks. And they are 3 of them. So it works. I can clear this one off also. The observer still not done. I have to think how to do it. It links to refactoring here. So this one. Yeah. And let's copy these comments here because this related to the observer. History bug. Yeah, I was noticing some bug with the history with some things. Let's do a thorough testing of all the features and do some kind of yeah, you're welcome. Furniture. Okay, interesting. Rectangles, changing their color and removing their stroke, adding one stroke, adding, removing, adding, changing the color of the stroke and the thickness. Ovals, text. using this thing, setting the width to some value, the height to some value, constraint 10, 200, 200, 20, 200, 200. Yeah, it's good. It made both of them to 200, 20, 200, and 100. Yeah, okay. New width is 40 for this one. Okay, something is maybe a little bit wrong with that one, but I don't have brain power now to worry about that. Resetting, path. Let's give it no fill. Let's load an image, this car. Oops. This is the load. I'm clicking that image button thinking it's the load image, so the interface is not good. Probably image should be separate from the like import image, and opening thing could be separated, I think. Like we had originally, even though now it's in one click and it's smarter. I don't know. We'll see. But multiple selections, select all, copy. Everything is copied. Delete. Delete. Undo. Undo. Let's save everything. Testing. Load testing. Everything came back. And now let's export as an image. Testing PNG. And opening testing PNG. This thing. Selecting it, moving it. Yeah, I think everything is fine. So what I'm gonna do now is one more thing. I'm gonna open car JSON, which has this car that I drew last time, and I'm gonna move it, make it somehow backwards compatible with what we had before. So I just move it here and save again car JSON. And let's try opening house JSON. I don't know. I don't think we need this one anymore. Or let's keep it just for memory. I move it also to the center somewhere and save it on top of that. And let's open also what else is here. House IMG, we don't need that. I just remove it. Many houses we don't need. I also don't want this many houses PNG here anymore, and whatever this is. I don't need this. The star. Sure. Let's save the star again with this new offset now. And what else is here? Test. I don't care about these. Test, delete, delete, testing, delete, delete. Tree test, tree with ground. I don't need anymore. Yin yang is nice. So tree, let's move it to center and also take a picture of it. So let's first save it as tree and also export it as tree.png. And let's load also yin yang and fix this one as well. So like that. I just realized that this is the background here is not good. So I will draw a rectangle like this. Move it here. And now select everything else. Copy it, delete it, paste it so it's on top. And now this is with the white background. So actually I'm gonna make this very big like that. And let's save it like so. And export also as the image. So this one doesn't have any of those, it doesn't have transparency. So if I load yin yang PNG, it comes like that. And oops, I drew a path. And it has a white background as well. Right. I think I saw the bug for the history, but I don't remember what it was. So yin yang loading it, and let's try. Let's try loading it again and selecting that, moving it around, undo. Okay. I think it's like now moving, resizing a little bit, moving. If I undo, the resizing part has not been saved. So if I modify it like this, and then I move it around, and I undo, something with the history not working. Yeah. History bug, resizing. This stays for Saturday. Okay. Tab settings. It's now here in the prettier configuration file. So these are them. And I'm done. So you can take the code after I do this commit. It's file cleanup and what else? File cleanup and bug fix for the path. Let's see what Copilot recommends. Oh, that's good, but drawing cleanup and empty path bug fix. All right, I think this is it. So thanks for bearing with me for so long. And I hope on Saturday it goes even better and we finish something here because there are still many issues, the bugs, and also some of the code can be improved. And after that, I will start again adding features to the application. Okay, thanks again, and see you